勝ち負けにはあまり固執しすぎるな。楽しむことこそが上達の秘訣だと思うぞ。対戦時の BGM はダンシングウィンドストーンで頼むぞ。軍神のもてなし、その身に刻むがいい。時にはロビーでのんびりするだけでも結構楽しいものだと思うぞ。俺と共にロビーを駆け抜け風になってみないか。
Oh, it's time for something, Zabby. I don't know what, but it's time for something. What's up, Rev? Hey, Rev, I got good news. I got good news, and I got bad news when it comes to our friend Simon the other day. Good news is I found phase 2. And I'm sure you'll be shocked to hear. That in phase 2, he does still once again remove you from the canvas. Oh, controller. And the bad news is So you know how when he does that, in the actual in the first version, he stays at his like 25-30% health, and you just have to do that last 25% with the remaining 2 characters. Yeah, so you have to do the rest of the 5 remaining 2 characters with an entire second health bar. Yeah, so that's a thing. So yeah, they really don't like the one. So yeah, they're really against the one-shot builds.
Grimner. Sandalfall. Grimner versus Sandalfall.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean. But yeah, he turns out his phase 2 removes all your characters from the canvas again, and then brings his health bar back to full. And then he adds an attack. So yeah, when I said the other day, man, this fight's gonna suck. Yep, this fight's gonna suck. Correct. If you want to kill him, you need to be able to do however much HP he has twice, and you need to be able to do it with 2 different characters on 2 separate team layouts. Do that. Then all you have to do is survive survive 2 of his attacks, depending on how you do the 1 billion damage things. Because the light speed attack will always happen first. Doesn't matter if you have first strike or not. And then when he goes into phase 2, same thing. Everyone gets removed, and then he automatically goes first. So you can't just you can't just ignore everything. You do have to know something. But yeah, you need 2 characters to do 1 billion damage if you want to kill Super Simon. That was good, and also was good. Was good, Renberg. But yeah, so that's a thing. That's probably going to end up being the potentially the toughest boss I've ever fought in a game. Definitely the toughest boss I've ever fought in an RPG, at least, or a turn-based RPG, at least. And yep, 80 streams thereof. Ah, great! We're starting off the day with a wellness. Lovely.
Believe in victory. Battle 1.
Bam,
Engage.
bam, bam. Bandai, don't make us shoot you. I know, and you know I'm not actually I'm not going to shoot you. You know I'm not actually going to do it. Hey, on the bright side though, Yasuo Echo nerfs coming next Tuesday. Targeting, or that's the target of their patch is next week. That was good there. Yep, 2 weeks. I'll leave in a week and a half. And that's scary. Oh. And you got animation for that. Wow. Ow. I regret nothing! Oh. Okay, I regret a lot of things.
Believe in victory. Battle 1.
Bam, bam, bam.
Great. Excellent.
Oh yeah, I loved Halo. I loved Halo growing up. Didn't like Call of Duty. Loved Halo. Basically, I was the opposite of my friend growing up. My friend loved Call of Duty, didn't like Halo. I didn't like Call of Duty. I loved Halo. I do know the grunts, yes.
Battle 2.
And it's going alright, Van Dyne. I'm seeing all this 2SKO stuff happening, and I'm sad I'm not currently playing it. Like TNS is holding a US regional team tournament that I'm not a part of the West Coast team. That makes me sad. A different team tournament that I am in starts next week, and I'm going to miss one of the weeks because and I'm going to end up missing one of the weeks because of the fact that I'm going to be in Korea. Accidents. Hey!
Victory. Battle 1.
Hey, we got it! Oh, wasn't expecting that. Wasn't expecting that on the first game of the day. Sucker. First words, it's, I regret everything.
Battle 2.
That sounds about right. Main thing I know when it comes to someone Halo and a grenade is a certain someone throwing it into the air, and then having the person next to him say that is the worst throw ever of all time. Or a few seasons later, that is the second worst throw ever of all time. What do you want? What do you want? I ran track in high school. Not my fault. Someone put a wall in the way. What's up, Makona? But yeah, I'm doing alright. Like I said, sad I'm missing a bunch of 2XKO stuff going on right now, but we'll be back in a few weeks, so it's fine. Just a little disappointing that all this shit is happening right now. On the bright side, though, hopefully Yasuo Echo nerfs next week, so I'll be coming back to a better world. Hopefully, probably not. A guy can hope. Well, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna butcher your name. Rolayan? Rolayan? I don't know how to say your name. I apologize, but thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hello. Please tell me how to say your name. I don't know, and I apologize. But hello. Thank you for the follow.
Wilness versus Grimner.
Surely, like I said, a guy can hope.
Believe in victory.
We'll find out next week.
Battle 1.
We'll also hopefully find out next week when a call is coming out. Deciding who to play. Did you play the first one, or did you play Rising, or both? And also, who are you thinking? Rising 2B, gotcha. Just making sure, because if you'd only played vanilla, then you came to Rising, you'd be very surprised to you probably would have a bit of a shock to your system about how the current game is played compared to vanilla. So that's why I checked. So gotta check. You stay over there. Right, you stay over there. Nope, you there. Me here, you there. Nope, me here, you there. Right, what about me? See, you there, me here. You there, me here. Nope, you there, me here. You there? Me here. Use the block button! About to between Meg and Galleon at the moment. Those are two very different characters.
Believe in victory.
So what exactly are you looking for in your in the character? Because those are two very different characters. Oh yeah, I recorded the anti-Grimnir guide yesterday. I think I said block button around 5 or 6 times. Okay, I'm going to play a calling as a mid lane player. I'm about to hit my teammate. Big move, bro. About to enter teammate. Big move, bro. Kind of funny. I'm a top laner, but I'm going to be assuming I play Arya Kali, I'm going to be playing 2 mid lane champs. Also fair enough, as long as you find them fun, that's the important thing. I was just curious since well, actually I shouldn't say they're incredibly different, because they are both rush down. It's just one plays a lot of footsies and one's technically a grappler, and one uses plus frames for throws and drops rocks. Also, one is slow and one is fast. And they're both roughly in a similar boat in terms of powers, so or in terms of, at least in my opinion, general spot on the tier list. So if you're looking for which one is stronger, dealer's choice. But first and foremost, if you have fun with them, that's the important thing. So. Okay, this don't matter. Fair. And also to be fair, tier lists themselves are A, subjective, and B, mean really basically what tier lists means, or what tier lists mean, at least to me pretty much, is how much do you want to have to work to win? That's basically what tier lists mean. How hard do you want to have to work to win? Are you like, I don't care about winning. I'm just trying to have fun, play a character I want to play. Then tier lists don't mean shit. If you're just planning on having fun, playing a character you enjoy, then tier lists don't mean shit. That being said, though, everyone is obsessed with them. So it is what it is. Yeah, these are the top tier characters. Do you want to be carried? Pick them. These are the worst characters. Do you want to have what feels like a giant rock on your back that you have to carry around? Pick these characters. and everything in between. And everything in between. Find a character fun to play them. I can't just play a top tier for the sake of it. Same. Basically, my rule, because of course I am a competitive fighting game player, My rule is I have to play someone high tier or above. All right, that's my rule. I have to play a character high tier or above because as a competitive player, I can't just pick a mid tier or below and then say that I can't and expect to do well. So my rule is I need to pick at minimum a high tier. But that being said, though, I would rather play a character at the very bottom of high tier than play the #1 character in the game if I find that top character boring and doesn't fit my playstyle. Compared to bottom of high tier, I enjoy playing them and they fit my playstyle. I'd rather do that than play the top one. Or if I one that I actually enjoyed. Welcome to my world right and Reverend, that's my world right now. Because Grimnir and Avatar were basically the only characters I found fun in the entire game, pretty much. And then they ruined all the fun stuff about Grimnir, and Avatar still sucks. So that's my problem right now. And also why with this game every time a new character comes out I keep hoping, oh, is this gonna be the one, just for it to be another Grand Blue like character and be basically another Grand Blue character and then just be like, nope, not this one. Why still let's play this game then? I have the Arc Finals in 2 weeks. You think I'm going to fly to Korea to the finals without playing the game?
Here begins Fate's episode. Grimnir.
There's a reason why I was basically playing exclusively 2SKO when it came to fighting games for the better part of the last multiple months. So I enjoyed that game and then haven't really been enjoying this game. But the Arc Finals are in 2 weeks and I gotta be ready for it. They did. They happened after Evo. And then once 2SKO came out in October, I basically swapped from playing primarily this game to primarily that game, and then eventually entirely that game.
Battle 2. Engage.
And because the finals are in 2 weeks, that's why we are back on this game. And then in case you're wondering, once the finals are over, I'm basically going to be back, not really playing this game much anymore, and back to 2SKO.
Battle 3. Engage.
So all of her grabs are reactable. Was always kind of her big issue. Her kit was built entirely around hitting people with the grabs, but her grabs were reactable. Are you fucking kidding me? So that was always that's always kind of been her issue. The buffs make it where she's not as reliant on them now, though. But they are still reactable. So you don't want to tie around doing that? Yeah, I remember you posting the video of the Mario edit, just constantly bouncing off of their heads. Also, Regent, that's not gonna work. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything bad about Granblue. But probably like most people expected when I first tried the game, not necessarily my speed. It's just that it's just that Grimnir was. Grimnir kind of kept me. Grimnir kept me in the game basically. Because Grimnir is not a Granblue character. Grimnir is an anime fighter character. He is not a Granblue character. They have since turned him into a Granblue character, though.
Battle 3.
So Granblue is still a good fighting game, and if you like Granblue, then still makes sense to like this game. It's just that the nerfs to Grimnir caused me to realize I don't actually like Granblue. I just like Grimnir. Yeah, so actually, I played Strive for like 8-ish months, 7-8 months, somewhere around there when it first came out. But then I stopped playing it to prepare for a Dragon Ball Fighter season, since that was my main game at the time. So am I still competing in what, in Granblue? Well, I've got the Arc finals in 2 weeks, so yeah, I'm definitely still competing because I got the finals to worry about. If you mean, am I still going to compete in Granblue after the finals? I'll still enter at tournaments, but I'm probably just not going to spend much time practicing it. Granblue is basically going to go into the category of Dragon Ball Fighters for me, pretty much. Where if it's at a tournament, I'll probably enter it. Am I going to actively practice for it? Probably not. So kind of like with Dragon Ball, my team is locked in. I ain't learning anything new. I am just playing that team. That'll basically be now be for me for Granblue pretty much. New characters will come out, new patches will come out. All these things will happen. But I am probably just going to be playing Granblue for. I'm probably just going to be playing Grimnir for anytime I play Granblue from this point onwards, pretty much. I can enter Paragon next week.
Grimnir versus Beelzebub.
I can enter Paragon next week because my local next week is on Saturday rather than Friday. The reason I haven't been entering Paragon recently is not Has nothing to do with like with me leaving Paragon, and nothing to do with me not playing Grand Blue as much anymore. My local is Friday nights. So I go to my local on Friday nights. No, Rev. No, I am not. He just hit his JO just hit me backwards and he got a full combo from it. And also put me back in the corner. Yeah, sure.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Not even just for like it's reaction check for people with the DP. As a character without a DP though, doesn't really matter if I can react to the dive or not, because I don't have an because I can't really deal with it, and my 2H has no horizontal range.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage. Just remember I need to do Battle
something.
2. Engage.
That ain't JU, that's J214U. Yeah, like I said, he just keeps doing dive. Grimnir doesn't have an option against it. 2H don't reach. He don't got a meterless DP. I just mashed on my plus frames. Yeah. Grimnir literally just doesn't have a way to deal with it. Just spam away. It doesn't matter if I know. Doesn't matter if I know it's coming. Grimnir can't beat it. Definitely glad not many people play this character.
Here begins Fate's episode. Siegfried versus Grimnir. Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Man, Siegfried followed by Bubs followed by Siegfried, huh?
Excellent. Great.
So the Grimnir loses this match at bargain sale.
Battle 2. Engage.
Attack and throw.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage. Excellent. Great. Great.
Ow.
Battle 2. Engage.
Okay, that was random. Glad to see after how many years now has this game been out? That bug still exists. blah 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 blah.
Battle 3. Engage. Excellent.
If Grimnir dives towards the ground, right, and then or dives diagonal towards the seal, and then hits someone with the dash, rather than be able to recover and press a button, Grimnir will continue to float. I can point that out. I can point that out in I can point that out after this match. Only the air one. The air one is a safe jump. The low is not.
Marvelous. Battle 2. Engage.
He's still taking throw with throw.
Great.
Still taking throw with throw. Alright, let me find out. The
なんちゅうの勝利の風をまとっている順調じゃ竜の力暴走するとかってごめんちょっとずるすぎないかいやかっこよすぎるって意味でさ
Okay, let's see here. That was in the previous round. What comes here? Yeah. Alright. This bug. And it's been around for pretty much as long as this game has. So when Grimnir dashes downwards, right, towards the seal, like I went too far. So like this. So goes up, hits top seal, dashes downwards towards the seal, right? So normally what should happen is, or normally what does happen is Grimnir will then dash down to the ground, and then if he cancels the dash, he then will cancel the dash and go left while sliding on the ground, right? But if you cancel the dash while still in the air at the very first frames possible on said seal, and you hit them. Normally what you're able to do is immediately press jab, right? You're able to immediately press a button and then confirm the hit. But the bug is that Grimnir, rather than being like, "Yep, I hit somebody," it acts like he doesn't hit somebody. So what happens is Grimnir will float before he's actually able to do anything. So the way Grimnir acts is it's as if the dash just missed. Because you see how it hit the person, but it wasn't able to react until he was already fallen down, as if it missed. So because of that, if this guy knew about the bug, Grimnir here, even though I hit him, Grimnir is -8 off of this on hits. On hits, Grimnir is -8 and is punishable on hits when this bug happens. As you see, was not able to hit the button until I'm falling down here. I'm already halfway, and that bug has existed for as long as Rising and Grimnir has. Hence why you see I hit him with the air dash after I whip the throw. I hit him with the air dash, and then I immediately mash light, but only now does it start the chain, because even though I hit him with the air dash and pressed light afterwards, because of the bug, it did not confirm the hit, and I was in fact -8 and punishable at that point. It's just he did not know that. So yeah, that bug. Like I said, very annoying to replicate. Because you basically need to hit like the frame one, the frame 1 seal dash, right? Which you can basically only get from doing the 5U214H and getting max height like that. That is basically the only way to do it. But yeah, hard to do on purpose. Hate it when it happens. So, does not confirm, even though he gets hit by the air dash. Does not confirm. So yeah, quite annoying. Quite annoying. I'm talking about the Grimnir double seal dash bug. That one. And I'll show you guys. Is punishable. on hits.
ここからだすごいな無給のトンそら
It's a little awkward, but yeah.
無給の
Okay, sometimes. I don't know, the bug's weird. Yeah, it's consistent-ish. Basically, what you have to do is you basically have to hit the you have to hit the seal pretty much at max height. So that way you can basically frame one, hit the low seal, and then dun, there you go, and then dun, there you go. Stupid floaty glitch that makes it where Grimnir, even if he gets hit, no longer gets combo and could potentially get punished instead. Yeah. Again, this has existed for 2 years at this point. This shit has legitimately existed for over 2 years. Pretty sure I remember there being one thing. Pretty sure I remember there being one video or one patch note announcement things where they're like, yep, we know about it and we're working on it. And I'm like, yay! Nope. Never fixed. But yeah, that one. Also apparently for the second time within a few days I'm appearing on Justin Wong's YouTube channel. Yay. Good one. Fixing him, they ruined him. They legitimately ruined this character. They kept him strong, but removed basically everything that made him different. I'd rather them have nerfed. If they did what I said they should do, Grimnir wouldn't be a top tier pick. He'd be a high tier pick, but we would still have cool stuff, and I would have been happier. I would still be happy playing this game if they had nerfed him the way I said they should have. Justin Wong, yeah. I appeared in one of his Avatar videos, and apparently he did another Avatar video and posted it today. That was the entirety of our first to 10 against each other. So that's pretty cool, if I do say so myself. First two seasons. It's just this. Yeah, they're going. Yeah, they're going. I'm trying to think of what they could do next to ruin him. I think if they left everything as currently is, and they made seals go, and they put seals on a timer, or they gave people the ability to break seals with punches or whatever, then there'd be no hope for this character left. He literally would just be a regular strike throw character pretty much. He would literally be a Shoto. He would be a Shoto character without a meterless DP. Fair enough, there. Yeah, on the bright side, we're back. On the bright side, we're back on the 2SKO grind in 2 weeks. We're back on the 2SKO grind in 2 weeks. Marvel Tokon coming out in August. The Avatar fighting game continues to be sick as hell. So, looking good. So we're looking good. We are looking good. The only thing missing now is finding a sponsor to put on the screen, huh? But I gotta prove myself in these new games though first. So first the finals, and then the grind for the 2X. With hopefully Akali being out. Fingers crossed. And hopefully Echo and Yasuo are nerfed. Fingers crossed. It's honestly probably gonna be worse, son. Like originally, yes, but it might actually be harder now because of the uncertainty that got started once Riot announced that they were dropping half the team. So it probably was easier at the beginning, but it's probably harder now. But yeah, being a top player in multiple games, going into a game that's probably going to be top 3, top 4 biggest fighting games in the FGCC, at least currently, should be okay. Maybe, we'll see. Till then, sponsor, no sponsor. We still have all the streams. We still have all the tournaments. Well, we got the return to online tournaments again. Gonna have once I'm back on the 2SKO grind, we're gonna start entering TNS on Thursdays more often again. We're gonna probably start looking to enter Paragon on Sundays more often again. We're gonna start adding a lot more of the online 2SKO tournaments starting from once we're back on the full grind, full straightforward 2SKO. Also, Nega Reaper with the rate of 8. I appreciate that. How you doing? How was your stream? What were you guys up to? But yeah, should be fun. Gonna start entering probably going to enter minimum 1, potentially 2 online tournaments every week for 2SKO starting from after the finals. Would be alright to ask for some advice. By all means. Just playing Uni? Nice. Have a good stream. Appreciate that. Hope you had a good stream. Appreciate the raid again. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Right there, Reaper. Yeah, feel free to ask any questions. I may not have an answer, but I can try. Damn you, no escape. Did they buff that at some point to make it where you can't guard cancel that anymore?
Battle 2. Engage.
I don't know, honestly. Oh, hey, Lily. Basically doesn't work anymore? I wonder when they changed that. How you doing, Lily? Oh, sorry. How you doing, Bell? Sorry. How you doing, Miss Belial fan? Feeling a bit better after the few days. Despite Matera still being a bitch. Trying to work on fundamentals and such a one. Nah, so I go about learning and experimenting with safe jumps and safe jab. I do discover a setup board. So for the most, safe jumps are fairly easy to practice and experiment with. Safe jabs are a lot less so, because safe jabs for the most part are technically not really possible, right? They're safe jabs in themselves are moves it's something that really doesn't make any sense. But safe jumps though tend to be much easier because the windows for it are a lot confirm. Safe jumps have a much larger window to them. So the way to begin experimenting with different options to potentially go into safe jumps is basically just setting them to DP on wake up, and then mess with ways to get into them. Depending on the character, there aren't a ton of ways to do it in general, though, especially in this game. But for the most part, the simplest way to get into it is just setting them to do a invincible attack on wake up, and then just messing with stuff pretty much. Like at least for me, when it comes to Grimnir, there are a few different ways to get Grimnir's falling heavy button to work, or to time with a safe jump. Oops. Get down here. That right there was definitely not one of them. But it's basically just experimenting. It's safe jabs are, yeah. I wouldn't exactly worry all too much when it comes to safe jabs. Oh shit. I'm pretty sure I just rambled about a whole lot of nothing, and I apologize. But hopefully somewhere in all my rambling that helped at least a little bit. Or you can always just do what Pilsen just said and just sit there and wait, because odds are someone way smarter will come up with something. That's usually the go-to thing for me, pretty much, is just do what I normally do, and then wait for much smarter people to come up with stuff, and then steal it from them. That's normally my go-to thing, because I'm not smart. Not really, but we move. That's fair. So what's your plan then, Lumi? Gonna start working on the ultimate counter to Matera. Saying fuck Matera. I'm just going to keep having fun with your favorite boy. Ah, that doesn't work. What's your plan? Try and go back to Grimnir. Well, if you need help when it comes to Grimnir, you know who to talk to. Or you can just wait for my Grimnir guide to come out in a couple weeks. That was definitely not plus. No, so the reason why safe jabs as just a thing or really isn't a thing is because the only way for safe jabs really to be a thing pretty much is safe jabs need to I cannot talk. You need to be able to hit somebody with the jab, meaty, while still at the same time recovering before said jab would be punished by a DP, right? And usually that is not really possible.
Battle 3.
Also, as happy as I'd hear to say, as happy as I'd be to hear you say that you're joining me playing Grimnir. I know you'll like your boys Sandalphon and Belial better. So play them. So if anything, play them. Smile, be happy. Please don't cry. All right, please don't cry. You're smart to play, maybe not to lab. That's basically it. Yeah, I'm not. I'm good at taking things that other people came up with and then putting them into the game itself. Be it combos, setups, mix-ups, things like that. I'm not good at coming up with those things, but I'm good at learning those things and then coming up with newer ways to potentially to use them, new ways to implement them, and things of that nature. So I'm good at that. I'm not good at coming up with the stuff, though. Yeah. So it's like Grimnir's jab, right? I can make the so Grimnir does have a way to make himself be able to do a safe jab, right? I don't know which is which. Let's find out. Nope. Okay, which one is Sandalphon's DP? So this one. Nope. I'm always wrong on everyone. Why is running lights? Why is run? You would think running lights would be the lariats. But like for instance, Grimnir can do this, right? Which is a safe jab. Safe. But it does it by a literal single frame. Because the last possible frame of recovery happens right before the invincible DP comes out. For that specific setup, it works. But when it comes to UDPs, though, there is no such thing. I'm pretty sure there is no such thing as a safe jab, though. So it all comes down just to frame data by the literal 1 frame. By the literal 1 frame. I need to get more carried. Well, I've got both a guide on how to play Grimnir and a shorter guide on how to fight against Grimnir, both coming out sometime over the course of the next month. So enjoy that. From the U-Skill DP? No, so not the freeze frame. It's because UDPs are naturally 8 frames compared to regular DPs, which the fastest ones are 9. Like I just said, the safe jab works to the literal 1 frame. If I miss timing my jab by 1 frame, I will get punished by an EXDP. Right? So like if I delay the jab by a single frame, I need to swap him back to H version. I will get punished. Or if I set this move to have 1 frame of delay, right, to come out in 8 frames rather than 9. Maybe not. Hang on. Okay, it just straight up doesn't come out. It straight up doesn't come out. Period. At that point, because of the 1 frame of delay, because it's so meaty. Okay, but yeah. But yeah, basically the last hit of the move, the last hit of the last active frame possible basically is it coming out meaty, which is why I'm able to dodge it compared to the U version. So literal 1 frame is the difference. When are you taking the flight to Korea? I leave Tuesday. I leave a week from Tuesday. Pretty sure everybody leaves a week from Tuesday. Except for the Japanese players might leave Wednesday, but yeah. But yeah, please don't cry, Lumi. Alright, please. If you want to play Grimnir, like I said, you can either wait for the guide to come out, or you can message me and ask. I'm always happy to help. But yeah, please don't cry. That bitch Matera got to die, so that way that bitch Matera got to cry to stop that bitch Matera gotta die for making Lumi cry. Trying to reach Gold Master. Let's see if I can give someone trying to reach Gold Master. Fundamentals are the key to get to that point. Just about anybody can reach Master or get up to potentially Gold Master through just having good fundamentals. Or if you want to try and just cheese your way, play a character with a knowledge check. There's you can technically do that too, but that's not as good because that won't help you when you actually get to Gold Master, or it won't help as much. I definitely cheese and knowledge check plenty of people on ranked, so I guess I can't really talk because they just refuse to use the block button.
Versus Ilsa.
This person, on the other hand, will definitely use the block button.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Yeah, but I'm never exactly going to recommend, hey, use a character with use a character that'll do a bunch to set up a bunch of knowledge checks. I'll never say to do something like that because that isn't going to help you. That isn't going to help you. Nice confirm, Zane. Nice confirm, yeah. Idiots. I suck at this game. I suck at this game. Why can't I confirm? Easy confirms. Rice with a 90 streak. No comment, Rice. Don't ask Dice Man what he's on.
Battle 3. Engage. Excellent. Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Come on.
Excellent.
I missed. And not get to the seal for the RPS. Oops. Did not get to seal for RPS, so but I pressed button as if I was.
Excellent. Great. Great. Great.
I got one hit from that kick there. Really? Anyway.
Yes.
Battle 3. Engage.
No, that was removed like a year and a half ago. Fuzzy's were removed a long time ago. Yep, Fuzzies were removed quite some time ago. Yeah, I think it was like I think potentially the patch after Evo. Funny enough, I think it was the 2 Evo patches that did. I think the first Evo patch removed Fuzzies, and then the second Evo patch removed everything else.
Here begins Fate's episode. Ilsa versus Grimner. Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage. Great.
So, oh, okay. I didn't remember. I had Fuzzies at last year's finals. Damn.
Battle 2. Engage. Great. Great. Excellent. Great. Battle 3. Engage. Great.
快進撃が止まらんようだ。なんイエス。
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Interesting.
風の子近づけば消すためどういとなる。いや
Battle 2. Engage. Great.
飛べ。
Did not want to do that.
時には敗北することもあった。その経験。首の壊れ。
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage. Great.
Not gonna reach.
Great. Down. Battle 2. Engage.
Oh boy. Nope. Sounds good. Hope you're having a good day at work there, Comet.
Here begins Fate's episode. Grimner versus Versusia. Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage. Break. Excellent.
Fair enough. Bot dodge is a 6 to 7. This is gonna hurt. Spot dodge on blue.
Battle 2. Engage.
This is good, man. Not something to rely on, but it worked there. Up.
Battle 3. Engage.
Two, three.
Excellent.
Give me the hell out of dodge, please.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Jesus, that range.
Battle 2. Engage.
世代だそうそっち崩壊しろ
Freedom!
差別から消えた
Great.
いけるがいいソード剣けど耐えられるかアリトやここは星タオただ絶対
No.
Finish.
Okay.
ちまけにこだわらなくてもさ実践大変君は今と
I don't know.
俺の戦う意味とは 遅いそれそれ風のそれ遅いシッツ国民を手術それ国民を手術トン遅いトンそれ
Don't ask me why I do this, I honestly don't know.
風の国民風の国民国民を風の国民トンシッツ
Sometimes it's just fun just to do random CO dashes sometimes.
国民を手術風の国民シッツ遅い国民を手術それそれそれ 腕がうずいているんだ
I did do something like that-ish once. As a bait. Maybe twice, hang on. Actually, I did it twice. I think it happened in this round. Yeah, so two times. So yeah, so the two times I did something similar-ish. So first was against BSG at CEO, where I jumped to a seal, and instead of diving down, because I figured he was going to press a button, I jumped up instead.
On the precipice of victory for at least a... Oh, goes to the heavens above.
And then I proceeded to do that. So I did just jump in there randomly once, and then once again at Astral Finish in 2024, where rather than going for the mix against Nier, because I know Nier at 50%, I jump back up instead. Yeah. So there are definitely times where I have just taken a Seal Dash and then just gone straight up rather than actually to them before. Where it has actually worked out. Makes no sense why it worked out, but there are definitely times where I've done it to where it did work out. Don't have to wait a while. Go on curse session, but I gotta find a brain like yours. I don't know if people want to fight a brain like mine. I don't think people typically want to fight a brain like mine. Also, everyone say hi to Hava. He spot dodged my brave counter. Well, I had 0 brave points left. Cool. How's that, Pixel? Yeah, sure, dude. Oh my fucking God. Yeah, don't worry though. Hava says this character needs buff, so. And while Grimnir can't do jack against him. That stop my kick, really? Plus on block dive, guard cancel safe, makes sense. Yep. Plus on block dive kick, but where Grimnir has no option except for a 2H with no horizontal range and a DP with no horizontal range. Sounds good. What are you doing? There it is again. Have again hit by the block button check? What the fuck? This isn't even gonna kill, is it? I'll get over it. Yep.
Battle 2. Engage.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Read it.
Excellent.
It's not. I don't read the fact that he's going to use it. I just don't. I just react to him using it.
Battle 3. Engage.
No, you see a giant blue flash. The giant blue flash that you can see that has a startup to it. Yep, you see how and you keep just spamming dives that Grimnir has no answers to. Don't worry though, Beelzebub needs buffs and Grimnir's top 1 character. That's what he says, so. So it's fine, it's fine.
Here begins Fate's episode. Grimnir versus Gran. Believe in victory. Battle 1.
Oh no, no. People, characters basically saying, "Hey, you have zero options against this move." That's one thing. It bothers me, obviously. It bothers me a lot. But that type of shit, unfortunately, is going to be the case in fighting games. What bothers me more is the amount of times I have to listen to people saying that Grimnir has no weaknesses and that Grimnir actually beats Beelzebub or Siegfried or any of these other fucking characters. That's what ends up bothering me more than the fact that Grimnir loses these matchups.
Battle 2. Engage.
Rise up. They just two-way my 214M. And that one's still green! How'd all these squares make a circle? Wait, what now?
Battle 3. Engage.
Being Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising, we're playing it right now. Nope.
Marvelous.
Never heard of it then.
Believe in victory. Battle
Yep,
1.
never heard of it then.
Engage.
I guess that's plus.
Marvelous. Excellent.
How the hell did I hit him? I don't know. Excuse me?
Battle 2.
Shark.
Engage.
Every character who wishes hit backwards. Super was apparently safe. Boot to the head.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Rise up.
2. Engage.
Reach dash. Thank you. And pose, pose, pose. Pose. Strike a pose. There.
Here begins Fate's episode. Ilsa versus Grimner. Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Still have no idea when I started doing that or why, but I do,
Battle 2.
and I can.
Engage.
So I shall. Ole. I don't reach.
刻めマイボーイとなこれだ
Ole.
手荒に行くぞボーイとなら
Down, up.
Excellent.
I didn't even get a punch there.
Excellent.
Oops.
まさに究極の戦いイエス
Alright, bye bye. Pose, pose, pose. Da 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 da.
俺の戦う意味とは
Da 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 da.
血をまとうシッツトゥ押すトゥ前
Excellent.
俺の戦う意味とは
That was Grimnir is fabulous.
Great.
It's a little fabulous as that's around.
Excellent.
Da 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 da.
'Here begins Fate's episode.
Here begins whatever he just said.
Grimner versus Grimner. Believe in victory.
Well then.
Battle 1. Engage.
I do not condone rage quitting. Just gonna say that now. I do not condone rage quitting. Confirm.
Excellent. Battle
Who wins this matchup? Not Grimnir. Winner of this matchup tends to normally be whoever gets first hit.
great.
Please reach.
Battle 3. Engage.
What are you mashing there? And up and 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, everybody in the house, come on.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Ah, I knew it. Fair enough. Okay. Fair enough. That would have been really funny. Yeah.
Battle 2. Engage.
Yeah. If the way you're currently playing the game involves playing for an hour followed immediately by rage quits, followed by being banned and then rinse and repeat, probably not something you should be playing. 'Cause it sounds like you just don't like it. Yeah, I'm with Rice on that.
Battle 3. Engage.
Kick.
荒れ狂う竜巻のごとき猛攻だったぞ。この勢いで圧倒せよ。我が夢を踊り狂う暴風。分身たる者が我の他に。俺と戦う意味とは。
GG's, Kazano.
Here begins Fate's episode. Narmaya.
Maya.
Grimner.
What the hell is that name?
Believe in victory. Battle
I do not
1.
know.
Engage.
かわせるか。出撃の一撃。
Break.
受けるがいい。オードキンキル耐えられるか。遅い。出撃。
Excellent.
受けるがいい。手荒に行くぞ。
1, 2.
Perfect. Battle 2. Engage.
2.
1. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2 Engage.
ここからだそこそこ歌い清めましょう一斉こっちよ
Excellent.
上昇せよ進めてやっそれよ刃
Also, Kazano, you're welcome. You're welcome. I did not put the Grimnir corner safe jump that you would do. I did not put that in the anti-Grimnir video. So feel free to keep using it on people that are not me, and are not Kanakwa.
Battle 3. Engage.
Hey, I thought that was punishable. 'That ain't gonna work. Pose.
連勝の風が吹いて何時の一瞬の嫌
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
顔すきやっやっそこやっ舞い散りなさい
Great.
やっ多いとなそうそう耐えられるかどうしようお前はもう
Excellent.
耐えられるか舞い上がれ引き詰め
Excellent.
遅い風となる遅い
Throw punch. Why don't people throw punish?
剣ちょうだい花の地面ご長寿雨の打ち目の前
Excellent.
Da 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 da.
Battle 2. Engage.
前に出るやっ甘いすべて勝つ見えるてめえ走れ嵐をまとう前と切り伏せ
Fair enough.
で着地
Great.
風発進覚
Bye bye.
こたび戦いの行方しのしかと見届けた何時の一瞬
Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam.
窮地をまとう前遅い
This would be going much faster right now if I remember to put him back down to zero PP again.
Here begins Fate's episode. Sandalphon versus Grimnir. Believe in victory.
Sandalphon.
Battle 1.
A Belial fan.
Battle 2.
I need to practice, and I don't like to let people win. But at the same time, I don't want Lumi to cry. Decisions. That's not it. Fair enough. Sandalful.
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Understandable. Ow. Nope. Still nobody has done it yet.
Battle 2. Engage.
No, they do not. Like I said, Grand Blue players or the Grand Blue community seems to be, at least to me, based on the community that I've been so far, the community that labs the least of any community I've ever been in at this point. Like they just actively refuse to lab anything. He said that.
Battle 3. Engage.
I did not. There's something about why people don't use train mode and how to make it better. Curious. That's weird. People request more details and more specific stuff for training mode and ways to practice, and then they don't use it. Like people want replay takeover, and then people don't use it. then people don't use it. People want more detail-specific stuff. They want save states. They want all of this stuff for training mode, and then nobody uses it. And literally nobody outside like the very top people ever use it. So weird. Which is fair. I'm just saying if it ends up being too much, which I can understand it being too much. It's crazy the amount of people that like demand it and say, man, this game's training mode is bad since it doesn't have these things. And then the ones that do add it, no one except for the very top people actually use it. Even people that say, why don't they have this? Then they never use it. Like I didn't spend too long trying to learn Tekken since I knew it would be a 2xKO player anyways. But replay takeover and Tekken was a godsend for learning stuff.
Here begins Fate's episode. Grant versus Grimner.
1979.
Battle 1. Engage.
Sure, we can take a look at it after this.
Excellent. Battle 2. Engage. Battle 3. Engage.
Why not DP, huh? Okay. Different specials and a different unique.
In victory. Battle 1. Engage. Marvelous. Great.
Wow.
Battle 2. Engage.
You're going to EX Grand becomes a rush down. EX Narmaya loses the reason to pick Narmaya, and then Jita is bad. And Jita is just bad. There you go. How's that? Grand becomes a rush down. Narmaya loses the reason to actually play her, and then Jita's bad. Fighting games have a product design problem. Jesus. He made a whole ass argument for this. Fighting games in 2026 are floundering, with everything not called Street Fighter 6 relegated to the trash bin of history. The worst and most likely outcome is that other studios look at this and think SF6 is the destiny of this genre and try to mimic its game design to regain some relevance. This will particularly fail, and the genre's future will ultimately be at the mercy of Street Fighter 7. I mean, I'm not exactly going to argue with that. Present another path forward, one that will allow the genre to generally evolve into something greater rather than follow its current path of devotion to mediocrity and irrelevance. This vision is born from the following observations, which I'll argue for. Fighting games are currently reaching roughly 1/10 of their potential audience. Again, kind of hard to argue that. Changing the core game mechanics will have almost no effect on the game reaching this potential. Also true. I'll also add simplifying the core mechanics of one-button specials, I don't think is going to magically fix that either. There are multiple other dimensions the genre can and must evolve along in order to reach this audience. Fighting games peaked in the early 90s. In this era, almost everyone who played video games and played fighting games. By the end of the decade, there were new genres developing with Quake and StarCraft. Accessibility arcade could not be matched. You didn't need a LAN party or dial-up internet. They were just there. It's a game that built the social environment that actually just meant issues modern fighting game players face as feeling lost, unable to improve, or ranked anxiety. If you were having trouble, there was someone right there who had been going through it all and could talk you through it. Hi guys, talk to me if you need me. Okay. But by the turn of the millennium, the competition from PCs and home consoles have ramped into full gear. Counter-Strike in '99, evolved the FPS genre. Halo 2001, Xbox Live 2002. Xbox Live was 2002? Sweet Jesus. God, I am old. World War 2004. Jesus Christ. Here, the explosion of video games around 98-2005 can be overstated. The genre was being pushed in every possible way. Many fighting games in this period considered fans. Melee was 2001, Tekken 5, Soul Calibur 2, Tekken Tag Tournament, Dead or Alive 4, Virtua Fighter 4, Street Fighter 3rd Strike, Marvel 2, KOF 98. Well, yeah, kinda. Melee pretty much is the go to Smash. I don't know too much involving. I don't think people were saying Tekken Tag Tournament was the best. I think people were actually arguing the opposite. I think people were saying Tekken Tag was too much actively hurt the Tekken scene. And then many people still to this day believe Street Fighter 3rd Strike is like the greatest thing of all time. I personally disagree, but that's just me. However, despite the critical acclaim, the genre's gross revenue declined over this period. While they were in commercial failures for any reason, none came close to Street Fighter 2's 50 minutes sold and 1.5 billion revenue. Tekken 5, while much more successful than Tekken 4, still lagged behind. Tekken 3 at the same time gained the whole experience, explosive growth, with World of Warcraft almost making $1 billion yearly, more than 2-3 times the entire fighting game genre. Yeah, shoutouts to MMORPGs, right? Stagnation went largely unnoticed. Sorry by the way for the random sidetrack. I'm kind of curious about what this is. Yeah, so my apologies for this. Most titles around this time are all more the same. I'll pay attention to the core game with little else. Many games have big charges and game mechanics from previous titles. Notably, Street Fighter 4 compared to 3rd Strike. These changes were not necessarily good or bad. Some were appreciated by fans, some weren't. Like I'm a big fan of Street Fighter 4 personally. Well, at least in terms of watching, I'm more of a fan of that than 3 person. But okay, that's just me. If say Marvel's Capcom 3 is an improvement is pointless, there's no world in which it was getting people to play it who weren't still playing Marvel's Capcom 2. There's no evolution, only refinement. It took upstarts in the genre with lesser known IPs like Skullgirls and KI to even attempt to make the genre playable online. Shoutouts to Skullgirls and KI talking about rollback netcode like years upon years before everyone was like, we must have rollback in our fighting game or else game dead. Yeah, shout out to them. Fighting players are the only people who have ever heard of them. They were functionally tech demos for one singular thing that I don't know how to say this word to be honest. Genre have been failing to deliver on. I don't think I've ever seen this word in my life. At this point, rapidly decreasing development costs and stagnating revenues demanded change strategy. Tekken Tag Tournament 2 was the harbinger of the squeeze, being one of the biggest flops in genre to date. Many developers hitched their wagon to esports, noticing the success of events like Worlds and International. Shout out to League of Legends and Dota. Hoping to generate appeal and marketing via FGC events like EVO. They stripped their games down to the bare essentials, focusing even harder on the core game mechanics to ensure they appeal to professional players and broadcasters. Others had their budgets slashed, becoming sideshows through their own publishers' mobile gotcha slopware. Damn. What followed is an absolute graveyard of fighting game. Virtua Fighter 5, King of Fighters 14, Marvel's Capcom Infinite, Dead or Alive 6 were all dead on arrival. Street Fighter 5 required years of patches to get a passable state, not wrong. Selling an alleged esport product that doesn't even work online is pure insanity. Mortal Kombat X, Dragon Ball FighterZ, and Mortal Kombat 11 succeeded by instead sticking with the console-era strategy of filling them with content outside of the versus mode, having some of the best in-game genres to date across the board, focusing on core mechanics at the expense of the rest of the product was a losing bet. Very rigid and responsive losing. Thank you, Rev. Kind of. I don't know a ton about the likes of Virtua Fighter or Dead or Alive, but I can't say Mortal Kombat is like pure, peak, absolute kings when it comes to single player playing against computer stuff on top of having versus mode. Like Mortal Kombat is great at that. Their story modes are easily the best probably across all fighting games. And then on top of having extra options besides just story mode on top of that and just basic arcade mode. And then of course Dragon Ball FighterZ adding new stuff to the arcade mode, as well as having a pretty good story mode itself, even though it was kind of slow and a little boring in places. At least on the first playthrough, it was good. Let's more focus on Tekken 7 is a notable exception, with an extremely long tail on its unit sales, still selling millions of copies yearly right up until Tekken 8's release. Top market of a game benefiting from the esports model. It had enough active players to support 5 years worth of DLC, despite Harada saying they only planned up to Season 2. That's impressive. One might attribute it to being the first Tekken to have a PC port or its cinematic story or to its guest characters, but if you wish, I'll happily concede Tekken 7 was also carried by its superior gameplay. Yeah, Tekken 7 adding a pretty good story mode. I think the Tekken 8 one was really good as well. Of course, definitely helps, but yeah, Tekken along with Tekken 7 was definitely a major rise when it came to professional esports. When it came to fighting games, pretty much Tekken was always big, of course, when it came to things like Evo and stuff like that. But I think even it kind of trailed a bit behind the likes of course Street Fighter and Marvel vs. Capcom and things like that. Prior to Tekken 7, I think Tekken 7 was a real takeoff point for the Tekken series, more so specifically towards the top player esports side of it. Games of this era are not all bad in terms of gameplay. Many argue games such as Guilty Gear Xrd, people to this day still love this game, and Soul Calibur 4 have the best gameplay these series have to offer. They were, however, shoutouts to Yoda and Darth Vader, right, guys? Soul Calibur 4 did well all because of Yoda and Darth Vader. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Many of the FGC are cynical about the broader gaming market or the people in general. No team equals no excuses, so fighting games can never be popular like team games are. Not gonna lie, this is honestly one of the reasons why I got into fighting games. Funnily enough, when I was playing League of Legends. Grinding solo queues sucked in League of Legends because a lot of times you were literally were made or broken by who your teammates were, and that changed every game. At least when I lost in fighting games, it's because I lost. So I can't blame anyone else but me. So that one I could definitely say got me into playing fighting games more. No RNG, too brutal to ego. So fighting games can never be popular like card games, or must have skill flattening mechanics that function as RNG. Fighting games are just like RTS and arena shooters, all doomed genres. People are brain rot and need instant gratification, so hard games can't be popular anymore. The only hard games with any audience now are those with established legacies like Counter-Strike. It's impossible to compete with established players. You can't convince anyone to play anything not called Street Fighter. People who play fighting games that aren't using an existing IP. This perspective just doesn't hold up at all with even a cursory glance at the broader market. Chess is a 1v1 game with no RNG, has only gotten more and more popular over time, primarily due to chess.com and Let's just making the game more accessible. Chess has some structural advantages over fighting games, runs on a phone or on board games, central is a cultural inertia, rules that can be learned in 5 minutes. But chess also has no animations, no characters, no spectacle, and no physicality. Almost. This makes chess.com's 10 million daily active users a good baseline for the total addressable market of a gladiatorial gladiatorial video game. Jesus Christ. That was the fighting is naturally push away people who don't like it, man. They're wrong. Fair. Roughly 10 times what fighting games currently have. Counter-Strike player counts have been going straight up for 12 years straight. This must be necessarily be new players entering the tactical shooter genre, not just the game gain larger share of the existing market over time, because there's no competitor that has lost these players over the same period. Valorant was able to compete with Counter-Strike with a brand new IP without any substantial skill flattening mechanics. Its main competitive edge was having anti-cheats and having higher tick rate official servers, both big pain points for Counter-Strike players. Yeah, Valorant said all you cheaters stay on Counter-Strike because we're not dealing with that shit. Deadlock is unapologetically difficult, combining the strategic complexity of MOBAs with execution demands of precision movement shooters. Completely new IP and arguably completely new genre was still in alpha as more players than every fighting game combined. And not only that, there's been a recent rise in, I don't know what caused it, but I've been seeing more and more recently a bunch of comments and quotes talking about fighting game players getting into Deadlock. How can you compare fighting games to chess? It's thousands of years old. Do you know how much chess.com has done for the game? Do you realize how many features they have 25 years ago? Yahoo Games and MSN Gaming Zone were the easiest way to play chess online. Neither even exist anymore. If the cultural legacy of chess were doing all the work, Yahoo Games should have got chess.com numbers with just a free web client, stable servers, ELO ratings, and a matchmaker. That never happened, and then chess.com and let's just ate its lunch by being much better products. That's not enough. Let's look at another angle. Go is an even older with a cultural legacy rivaling chess. It is similar player base, but there's nothing for Go on the level of chess.com. There's not even a clear winner right now. Biggest is that, which is still basic features like web client, notes accounts. There's about as many players as Street Fighter 6. To dismiss the chess comparison, you need Go players are much less successful in chess ones. I've never even heard of Go before. Isn't a good one. I'm not gonna lie, I actually have never heard of Go, so I'm just gonna go with that. This 10x figure is modest, all things considered. Chess numbers are actually closer to 25 times. That's still well below the competitors like Counter-Strike and League of Legends. Yep, I've honestly never heard of Go. Team games allow structural advantage. Just because fighting games can't become the biggest genre ever doesn't mean they can't grow substantially. Most people don't have the temperament to play fighting games. They aren't for everyone, but there's over 8 billion people on the planet. You don't need to appeal to all of them, even if only 1 in 1,000 people have this temperament. That's still 8 million people you could be appealing to. The goal is not appealing to everyone, it's a product market fit. There's one more argument for people make for why fighting games can never grow out of their current niche. Fighting game players or fighting games won't get better because the FGC is so negative. Everyone is so eager to shit on every big patch and I mean, fighting game that come out and kill the hype. If everyone was more positive and actually gave indie fighting games an honest chance, it'd show a developer that there's a market for something that isn't Street Fighters. I'm not gonna say anything towards if everyone was more positive. Everything this would be like fighting games would be so much better if everyone was just more positive. I ain't gonna say that because I honestly have no idea. But I mean is this wrong? People are in general when it comes to fighting games very, very negative. And people are, but when 2SKO is coming out, game's dead on arrival. After Marvel Alpha 2, game's dead on arrival. Just about every game coming out this year, there was massive people saying, "Yep, dead on arrival." Game sucks, dead on arrival. So there's definitely something to be said of. There's a lot of negativity towards every patch and every game that's on the verge of coming out. Or the black and white stones replacing it. One second. Never played it. Have seen it. I just looked up a picture of it. Never played it. I have seen it though. Okay. Now that that's settled. Community leader deciding to soften the criticism of the game or the genre with the goal of growing the community is effectively behaving in unpaid marketing for the video game developers. I don't mean this dismissively, I've done play this myself. I'm not wrong with this, but as a contribution to the business, that is what this is, marketing, and it's pure hubris to think that marketing, and specifically the type of marketing you contribute to the business, can so strongly override the customer's actual experience with the product. Customers don't form their opinion on quality from marketing, they form their opinions on quality from their own experience with the products or the services. One can spend enormous amounts of money on quality marketing, and yet if your products don't live up to, customers will not keep the opinion for long in their minds. Now again, quality isn't just the product or the service, it's having the right product. You know, knowing where the market's going and having the most innovative products is just as much part of quality as the quality of construction of the product when you have it. Yeah, I can tell you guys how great Avatar is up and down every day from Monday to Sunday. If you guys say cool, Zane says this game is amazing, I'm going to try it, and then you try it and you're like, this game sucks, you ain't playing. You definitely ain't playing it. So I mean, he ain't wrong. And my thing's a bit repetitive, a bit reductive. That in fact most people are not even trying the games at all. They're mainly copying opinions from other people on social media. Very accurate. They never had their own experience. Loki, were you not following me before? What the fuck? It's not an outlandish thesis. I invite you to consider the case of StarCraft 2 in 2026 when another game is a bad product. Player count has dwindled year over year. The game's downfall is predictable and predicted as far back as 2012. How do we grow StarCraft 2? You can't. This sounds like a dick answer, but I'm going into full-on asshole mode for this one. The people telling you that emailing sponsors to thank them for supporting teams and that's really helping the scene are lying to you or are delusional. There's only one person right now who can grow StarCraft 2 in the way it needs to grow, one entity rather, Blizzard. StarCraft 2 is suffering from a lot of problems. It has been from the very beginning. Blizzard has failed to address them time and time again. They're continually proving themselves utterly incompetent when it comes to managing a game as a competitive sport backed by a casual community. StarCraft 2 will be dead before Legacy of the Void if Blizzard doesn't change its course. These criticisms were not invented by Destiny. There were product issues many customers had voiced already, but Destiny was the only loud voice willing to champion them, so adjustments are now dated. For example, custom maps in 2026 can never compete with Roblox. While it may be good ideas in 2012, the game market has since become far more competitive. So even with all these adjustments, StarCraft 2 would still be a bad product in 2026. But if Blizzard had actually made a good product in 2012, it would have at least had a chance. Everyone knows with the platform, though, that loudly voicing these criticisms would make them self-fulfilling. They decided to spend all their energy and effort into talking only about how great StarCraft 2 is, with a theory that this positive community sentiment would translate into growing the game. As you know what? Fair game to them. They did truly admirable job of this. This early StarCraft 2 era of content creation was one of the most innovative, forward-thinking, and genuinely motivational in gaming history. These people more or less pioneered live streaming and esports content creation, and yet it didn't move the needle in the slightest. The game is still on life support. Meanwhile, the competitors that ate its lunch by being better products, God, I cannot read apparently, League and Dota are thriving despite having what are widely considered the most toxic communities in all of gaming. I mean, true. Right? I mean, accurate. What is this doc? It is a document about how fighting games are a bad product, and that's why the fighting games aren't growing like the rest of esports is. Apparently this was published last month, and I just never saw it. So now I'm looking at it now. Good read so far. Every fighting game has had countless systematic changes to its core game mechanics throughout history, attempts to evolve the genre. Everything from removed motion inputs, cooldowns on specials, auto combos, simpler resource management, gimped assist mechanics to generate set play, highly complex motions, absurd movement tech, reduced input buffer, frame perfect defensive mechanics, 6-way tag mix-ups, full screen assist hitboxes, one-touch setups, all of it's been tried. Yes. Yes, it has. Simple inputs, cooldown specials, grand blue, auto combo, many games, simpler resource management. Again, something like grand blue. Give them the system mechanics, Dragon Ball. To generate set play, active, basically everything involving active tag. Highly complex motions, just about every motion ever in King of Fighters. Shoutouts to the pretzel. Third movement tech, the Goichi move jump the Goichi moon jump that they eventually made it easier. Reduced input buff. KOF 15 did that. Frame perfect defensive mechanics. Frame perfect things like a Street Fighter 4. 6-way tag mix-ups. Dragon Ball back in the tag meta. Full screen assist hitboxes. Shoutouts again to Dragon Ball. One such setup. Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Current fashion, everything from Guilty Gear Strive to Tekken 8 to Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls is all about simplifying as much as possible to make the game more approachable, sending off all the jagged edges, removing obscure tech to make the experience more refined. Street Fighter 6 is the most systematically homogenized game in the franchise. For many of the FGC, this trend is a waking nightmare. The games all suck, the genre is ruined. I am systematic to the criticism, but a little histrionic. These critics worry about a problem that developers are all too eager to solve. As with all fashion trends, this one will pass. Eventually the games will be too simple, and there will be a hunger to put complexity back in with plenty of design space left for it. This trend is predictable, just as predictable as it is that none of the upcoming titles, Tokon 2XKO, will be relevant outside of the current FGC niche. Yeah. Much as I'm enjoying 2XKO, yeah, despite Riot's massive fan base between Valorant and League of Legends, especially looking at League of Legends since 2XKO are literally league champions. Not sure how many League of Legends players are playing 2XKO right now. None of this is to say that the core game mechanics don't matter. They matter a great deal. Games need the depth and to keep players around past the 100th hour, but that is worth nothing if nobody ever gets to that 100th hour in the first place. If you can't even get people in the door, the quality of food is irrelevant. True. You ever judge a book by it? Yeah. People say don't judge a book by its cover, but nobody ever. But between the fancy looking book compared to the dusty torn up front cover of the exact same book, people don't choose the torn up version. Marketing pitch of every fighting game since the end of the arcade era: we've changed the game to appeal to you, now please come play. 25 years of this failing is enough. When you get serious, changing the core game mechanics will not save us. Yeah, to say people have been talking and complaining about the removal of just about everything and the simplification of everything would be an understatement to the point where I think one of the things people are actually pretty happy about with Avatar, funnily enough, is the fact that there are no simple inputs. You actively have to, like, even if it's literally just quarter circle forward, quarter circle back, and down down are like all the inputs, right? Even with those being the inputs, people are like, hey, we actually have to do technical inputs again. And funny enough, people are actually happy about that. It's crazy, right? People being happy about having to press multiple buttons to do stuff rather than just one button. Such a crazy thought. Oh, you didn't know that? Yeah, Avatar has no simple inputs. Like flow is one input because it's attached to a button. So like down flow, forward throw, standing flow. Those stances all come from one button. But like using Zuko as an example, his fireball is quarter circle back, his Rekka is his fireball is quarter circle forward, his Rekka is quarter circle back, his flame carpet and upwards fireball, those are down down. Those are actual inputs. It's both a blessing and a curse. It means developers can stop chasing trends and overreacting to vocal outsiders who can never be pleased. They're free to design their game with a bold vision and respect for the genre, but also means they can no longer neglect making their games complete pieces of software. They have to put the work in them on the much less glamorous goal of product design. What are fighting games lacking as products is a burning question. Indictment of the genre's developers that there are so many obvious answers. Crossplay. This is slowly becoming a requirement, but we're slowly getting there. Functional and anti-cheats. 2XKO is currently I think the only one that has a functional anti-cheat, and most people aren't exactly overly thrilled with it, if I'm being honest. Functional online netcode. This is also at least becoming more required. Although to this day though, there are very few. Like even the ones with rollback netcode are still for the most part only played relatively in their own regions, because sometimes even like West Coast to East Coast, even in games with rollback, tend to be a little iffy. Let alone trying to do anywhere in the U.S. to Europe, for instance. Yeah, I think the removal of the pretzel input is okay. Like, I think that's okay. Removal of the pretzel input is fine. Matchmaking systems that quickly find evenly matched opponents with good connections. Yeah, this seems to be proven harder than people seem to make it out to be. Quickly finding evenly matched opponents. Tends to be pretty difficult to do things like that. Rank systems that are accurate to player skill and not easily gained. This just doesn't exist right now. Like I think Street Fighters is literally the closest thing to this. This does not exist right now. Like 2XKO, for example, it has it ish, right? But even then, for the most part, your ability to make it high on the leaderboard is only partially about skill and primarily about how much free time you have. Very few games are actually about true player skill when it comes to their rank systems, and I think 9 times out of 10 with fighting games right now, it's just all about how much free time do you have. You have a lot of free time to grind ranked, well, you're going to be high ranked. Doesn't matter your skill level. As long as you're at least decent at the game, you can get to a pretty high rank, or you can get to a pretty high number in that rank, purely based on how much and how often you were able to play. Practice modes that make it easy to test and get comprehensive details about the core game mechanics. These are table stakes for competitive video games made in the last 25 years. They're not at all sufficient for a good product, but they are required. You could ask any jabroni at EVO what fighting games need, and they would tell you this. Yeah, honestly, yeah. I think if you ask the average person, I'm making a brand new fighting game. What do you need? They're going to say crossplay. They are going to say rollback. Then they are going to say a good rank system. Right? That's basically what everyone's going. That's basically the main. That's probably basically going to be the main 3 things people are going to say: a good rank system, crossplay, rollback netcode. Usually in a man-on-the-street interview, you expect some absurdly niche answer that doesn't make any sense, or just a total nonsense pie-in-the-sky request for infinite features and a $0 price tag. For fighting games, the products are so bad that there are $1 million bills being left on the floor that anyone can see. For the most part, these answers amount to make it so I can actually play the fucking game. True. Honestly, true. And it's like, duh, making it easier for people to actually play your game sounds like kind of obvious. You would think. However, I would have wasted your time if those were the only answers I had. You've heard all of that before. Yep. I'm here to make a real bold case to convince you that we can get that 10 times to convince developers that it's worth investing in this cursed genre. To get there, we gotta look deep in our souls and ask, what exactly is the point of fighting games? Why should I play these games instead of all the other games out there? I've never seen a serious answer to this question, and I'll be honest, I don't have a good one myself. I have, however, seen some surprisingly uninspired answers. Fantasy Strike says it's all about Yomi? I don't know. It's all about like the mind. It's all about Yomi, man. It's all about like the mind games, dude. He thought I was going to do scissors, but I like totally did paper. I mean, like, isn't that just awesome, dude? Okay, I'll stop now. A more articulate answer comes from Combo Fiend, one of the FGC old heads hired to work on 2SKO. If you were to actually think about it, these characters are just functions. They're just doing things. Magneto, case in point, is a favorite because he has an 8-way dash and he's really fast, right? So our most technical players, all they want to do is triangle jump and that kind of stuff. Too much there? Well, guess what? Nova can do the same thing. Captain Marvel can do the same thing. Ultra can do the same thing. So not Ultra. Ultron can do the same thing. Go ahead and try them out. It's just a function that people are associating with the character, and there's no shortage of that. We made sure that all proper playstyles can be represented with our current roster. The design team has been looking to that very closely. We want to make sure that if a legacy character that doesn't happen to make the roster this time, that playstyle would still be represented. That's somebody who has associated themselves with Magneto wouldn't be lost coming into this title. This is sort of answer that only someone way too deep in the sauce can give. I'm sorry, what? I only want to play as Magneto because of his 8-way dash. Have you considered maybe it's because Magneto is a badass motherfucker with a sick helmet who bends metal with his mind? Do you think VDX really likes to play Lily, Cammy, and Nina because of how they function? Okay. Here's my initial answer. A fighting game makes you feel like the main character in an action movie. Have you ever wondered why every fighting game player loves Jackie Chan movies? Well, I mean... Go on. Sure, but everyone loves Jackie Chan. Rush Hour made 200... Rush Hour is awesome. Yeah, feet catching strays in this doc. Yeah, I think Diaphone did something on this. So I think I saw him looking at something like this. I don't remember. Glad that is mentioned. glad he got a good kick out of that. That being said, though, Rush Hours 1, 2, and 3 are awesome. My favorite is still 3, but I love the Rush Hour movies. Yeah, and 13 other movies that year made more than that, and that was the Americanized, commodified Jackie Chan. Forbidden Kingdom is one of my favorite movies with Jackie Chan in it. I honestly don't think it did very well monetization-wise, but I still love that movie. How much money do you think Drunken Master made? That movie inspired countless classic fighting game characters. The appeal of fighting games is inseparable from that of stylized wushu, kung fu, wuxia, etc. cinema. I don't understand you. That's because you're not listening! Yeah, rule of cool is definitely important when it comes to fighting games. Kind of as he mentioned with the whole Magneto thing. Have you considered maybe because Magneto is a badass motherfucker with a sick helmet who bends metal with his mind? Rule of cool rather than he has funny air dash. This is critical to understand. It's what separates the genre from your typical man with gun action game. In a man with gun story, the hero's power comes from his weapon. It's outside of the self. But Ryu has fireballs. That's like a gun, right? He has no kung fu. We don't need him. How good is your kung fu? He has no kung fu. Sorry, I'll stop now. Ryu's fireball might have the same function as a gun, being a projectile weapon, albeit slower moving, but the source of this power, the thing that made the fireball exist, is within Ryu himself. It was not some tool he had on his belt, standard issued to every marine in his platoon. It's a mystical martial technique he spent years mastering. In a martial arts narrative, the source of the character's power must come from within. Following from this, the source of the player's power must also be embodied. Its It too must come from within, because the player is the character. If you remove this association, the game's ethos reverts to that of man with gun narrative. It's fundamentally different genre. So here's a refined answer. A fighting game makes you feel like the main character in a martial arts movie. How does this relate to product design? Remember, knowing the market is just much a part of quality as the quality of the construction of the product when you have it. A perfectly designed game is worthless to someone who doesn't want to play it. Deeply knowing the architectural narratives and themes that resonate with the target market informs how the product is designed. Yes, it was Papa. Yes, it was. And Jet Li was the played the Monkey King. That was his demand in order to be a part of the movie, was that he got to play the Monkey King. Also sounds good. Have a good day at work there, Zambi. Here's some architectural narratives of the genre. The rival schools. Two martial arts schools or clans clashed over territory, honor, or ideology. Even the weakest members can become involved in this conflict. Fist of Fury, fearless. The student's journey. External forces thrust the young, untrained student into martial training. Originally means to an end, the student comes to appreciate the art for its own sake. 36 Chamber of Shaolin, a drunken master, Karate Kid. A reluctant hero, a retired fighter or pacifist is forced to fight. The tournament. Fighters of different styles and from different regions gather to compete for glory, power, or survival. Themes: discipline and self-mastery, cultivation power via rigorous training, technique over raw strength, the body as a weapon, lineage and loyalty, master and student, corruption of power. Last theme might sound weirdly worded. You expect power crest, but it's intentionally so. Apparently similar to with great power comes great responsibility. Common to superhero comics, this theme focuses more on the path by which power is cultivated. On the journey of self-mastery, the protagonist discovers a forbidden or destructive technique that would secure victory, but at the spiritual or moral cost. Yep, it's called playing Yasuo Echo. Sorry, I couldn't resist. The moral question regards the nature of the training itself, not the use of power once required, similar to the One Ring from Lord of the Rings, where thesis is not all power is inherently corrosive, but that evil power cannot ever be used for good ends. Like Yasuo. Okay, I'll stop. Maybe, we'll see. The application is more to game design than product design, so forgive the digression, but the key insight is that fighting games should have evil playstyles. Yes, please. Yes, please. I would be more than happy to take these evil playstyles. I think the Brazilian Ken from Street Fighter 4, the crackhead Ryu with Street Fighter 6. Scrubby options need to both exist and be powerful, and even potentially trap players into being unable to learn fundies, their mind forever tainted by scrubby tactics to provide contrast to the good playstyles. For all its faults, this is the one thing Street Fighter 6's modern does well. Parallels to the Majin mark from Dragon Ball are not a coincidence. No, you won't? Probably not. Then there's more, but I cannot do the genre justice with words alone, so I'll stop here and suggest anyone with a genuine interest in evolving the fighting genre should watch more classic martial arts movies. It'll give you deeper insight than any article could. Am I a Luane apologist? No, I'm not a Luane apologist. My opinion is that Luane is now more evil than Grimnir, but people aren't ready to hear that. Now let's use our understanding of these narratives and themes and combine them with our understanding of the genre's history to realize its future. First goal: transplant the arcade into digital realm. Players need. Oh no, please don't have. Hey. While fighting each other, people can talk to each other. Please don't have that be the case. Players need space to provide the same social experience. The path of self-mastery is long and rarely does one do it alone. The fighter is not just motivated by the master, but also by his peers. The themes of lineage and loyalty, and master and student, don't work when the student is organized entirely around the individual. Hence why I'm saying please don't. Please don't say that we should do that, Rev. That's why I'm saying that, because I played MK1, and my God, that game wanted me to go curl up and cry somewhere. I haven't been shit talked that much since I was bullied in school. That was a long time ago. Oh, I know. I'm still gonna point it out anyways. They are entirely public spaces. Everyone gets forced into the same community. Such a system does not allow different schools of thought to coexist. The rival schools narrative doesn't work if there's only one school. In the arcade days, there'd be another arcade you could go to if you didn't vibe with the people there. And if there wasn't, the cliques could still form by using a physical space, playing in separate parts of the arcade or at different times. They are represented as literal arcades, with player avatars hopping on literal cabinets when they want to play the game. This anachronistic virtual space emphasizes a snapshot of a bygone era. There's someone who probably is playing to generate character to also decide to shit talk. Oh, MK players do nothing but shit talk over the mic. Like, I think across all the times where the game bugged and made me have to listen to people, only one time did the person over the mic actually end up being a pretty cool dude. Forever stuck in time, lacking any aspiration to become more than what has already passed. Why are we not existing in temples, dojos, studies, farms, markets, boutiques, and other spaces more common in martial arts movies, spaces that better emphasize the themes of the genre? Actual in-game stage designs do this, but for some reason the social spaces all taking their information from Digimon. I mean that would be pretty cool. Imagine a world where you're able to choose different lobbies, and then each lobby has its own different design to it, and you could choose which one to go to. That honestly would be pretty cool. So I cannot lie, that's honestly a pretty cool idea that I think people should do. That's honestly really cool. They are not the central point of entry for the rest of the game's models. Players have to explicitly enter them after opening the game. Rather than existing in these spaces by default as they go about their business, most players simply don't interact with them at all. It's an isolated world in the arcade era. People would just be there because they were playing, and others would come along without intention to play, but just to hang out with their friends. For any other lobby system you would think does the job, they are transient spaces. If the lobby host isn't there, somebody else has to make it. You can't have more than one admin mod, just one host. There is no embodiment of a player in the space. Players who want to do other things, example, story mode, training mode, customization, have to leave the lobby to do so. It doesn't have the capacity to host a clan's worth of people at once. Dragon Ball FighterZ got closest to doing this right, so it's a shame that we've gone backwards on this. Yeah, even though every lobby was exactly the same, there was lobby 1, lobby 2, lobby 3, lobby 4, lobby 5, like to the point where just about most the point where we had the casual lobbies, which were the first couple, and then the more competitive lobbies were the last couple. So FighterZ did actually have them. So that actually is true that FighterZ actually did have something like that in a way. Imagine opening the game and loading right into your clan's dojo. You can physically see your online friends doing everything, playing sets, going through the story mode, using training mode, customizing their character. Everything in the game was accessed from this virtual world. A player avatar representing someone in a ranked match is not hunched over an arcade cabinet, but instead shadow boxing in the middle of a tatami mat. Training mode is represented by sparring with a wooden dummy. Watching replays is represented by meditating on the mat. Okay, this is okay. I'm a big fan of all of this right now. Training mode is represented by, you're able to jump in and watch someone doing whatever it is they're doing at any time, just like you could by shadowing someone at the arcade. Or perhaps it's late at night and you're the only one in your clan online, you may revel in the solitude. Some of these spaces are not weird, according to off sections of the game, only for the freaks and loafers, but a shared space for everyone to enjoy the full range of what the game has to offer. Not gonna lie, that all sounds awesome. I'm a big fan of literally all of that. Let's say Grand Blue for example. So you know how in Grand Blue they added clans, right? Imagine if in your own clans you had clan exclusive lobbies. Not just you have to make a private room and then invite people. But you have your own doesn't have to be the giant open space thing as a regular lobby. But imagine each clan had their own exclusive lobby that they can hop into. Would be pretty cool. There are some problems that immediately come to mind. First of all, what if you don't have a clan, and what if you're offline or just want to be alone? All solved in the same way. You still load into the same virtual space and access everything the same way. There just aren't any other player avatars visible anymore. If you're offline, this is how the menu works, and don't worry, there can be easily a regular menu if you don't want to walk around. It'll just teleport you to where you need to be. If you want clan lobby, you also have some sort of customization to it. Oh, but yeah. Imagine if you had clan lobbies and then you can customize it to be how you want it to be. So it's like, all right. We want the practice sets over here. We want the practice sets over here. We want this specific setup right here to have a big screen behind it where you can watch that. Where you can watch that screen, right? Yeah, imagine being able to make a clan and then being able to customize your own lobby in order to. Sure, and you can add statues of characters. So you can add you can decorate it with pictures of Belial's swimsuit outfit if you bought the DLC just for you, Papa. But yeah, I mean, it's a pretty cool idea. We want to be in more than one clan. This one is important. Clan systems in main video games fail to address this properly. People, especially online, do not organize into distinct cliques. Everyone's in multiple different group chats, sometimes with many overlapping members in each. There should be minimal friction in switching between different clans, with chatting between multiple clans at the same time being a primary use case easily facilitated by the UI. Much like any serious group chat, you can see the full chat history whenever you open the game. Also being able to do clan chats with between multiple clans, you're able to potentially set up clan versus clan just through a chat function, which could also be cool. Which would work a lot like FGC Discord servers, exactly. One to two major public clans in each region that more or less everyone is in. And then many more private splinter clans where people engage more people they feel a closer camaraderie with. So what your big idea is to put Discord in the game? Yes. You're putting a function that Discord currently serves into the game, but in a way that is coherent with the narrative and aesthetics of the game. Much like how playing Magneto is 10 times cooler than playing another character with the same function, this would be taking something that the customer demonstrably needs and integrating into the product itself in a way that feels right for the genre. That is true. That is true. Imagine being able to basically be in a Discord group chat, right? Or but in game, not having to worry about having everyone's Discord having to just sit alone in a Discord chat call, waiting to see if someone else pops in, or things like that. It's a pretty cool idea. So I mean, when it comes to fighting games, just about every single character in every single fighting game has their own unique Discord server. Here's the Grimnir group. Here's the Belial. Here's the Avatar. Here's the Gran. Here's the Jita. Here's the Wilderness. Here's this. Here's that. It's a cool idea. What's up, sheep? We're reading this doc on how to make fighting games better products. His first idea. Love everything about this. See what the second one is. A story mode that cultivates an appreciation for the game's depths. Current story modes don't challenge you to learn the game's mechanics and interact with any delivered level. You can finish Tekken 8 story mode just by mashing the whole time. This guy. That's what I did. I mashed the whole time. And I still did it. The only real goal of these on a game design level is begging the players to keep playing them. Please keep reading my epic shonen slop. They are so terrified of presenting the player with even the whiff of a roadblock that might make them put the controller down. For those of you guys who played Dragon Ball Budokai 3, there were a lot of roadblocks in that game because as a part of the story, in order to progress some of it, you really needed to get good. Because part of those ones, at one point, you had to play as Tien and you had to fight against Super Buu. And boy, was that not fair. So if you did not get good, at least somewhat, you were never continuing that story. In 2026, where there are multiple examples of massively successful games with heavily front-loaded difficulty, basically everything from soft-related, Hollow Knight, Cuphead. This refusal to challenge the player at the point where they're most invested is criminally negligent. Why exactly would you take a genre that is notoriously challenging and then spend the first 3 hours you get with the player teaching them nothing at all? It's incoherent product design targeting two entirely distinct markets at the expense of both. In both the student's journey and the reluctant hero, the fighter almost always doesn't want to fight. It's such a staple of the genre that Jackie Chan makes it a bit. That is true, and that is true. Basically, and a lot of the things Jackie Chan does, he never starts the fights. And when he's in the fight, he usually ends up basically countering people rather than actually hitting them. Because as well, the player doesn't want to learn, the player is lazy. They won't click a button with words like training or tutorial on them. You have to make them learn. And the easiest way to do this is throwing unforgiving bosses at them that beat the shit out of them until they play the game properly. I love it. I've written about this more extensively already, the wasted potential of fighting game story modes. This is why free-to-play probably won't work for fighting games, at least for now. In a free-to-play business model, you're selling cosmetics, but you can't go right out the gate expecting massive cash flow, as 2XKO unfortunately did. It has to build up slowly. The value of your online trinkets is heavily influenced by how long your service has already been live for. Whales aren't going to buy your cosmetics like they buy Counter-Strike skins. And minnows aren't going to buy battle passes like they do in Fortnite. If they aren't confident your game will be around in 6 months, many live service games will potentially crash and burn with 100% losses and no chance to recover because they didn't quite hit expectations at launch and then investors pulled out. It's much more sink or swim than getting an upfront payment from the consumer. Unless the core game mechanics are fully pick up and play in the way that Brawlhalla's are, which is arguably a different genre at that point, you need expensive story mode to act as the tutorial. They'll kick their ass over and over again, way more than quick training. True, that is a very true statement. More people are willing to play games that are actively going to kick their asses than go into training mode. There are plenty of people. Odds are there are plenty of people that play fighting games that barely touch training mode. That probably at least tried Expedition 33, and then went and fought Simon, and then got their asses kicked. Unless they already had a one-shot build. Yeah, like you. And also, he means more generally speaking, like Elden Ring or like Elden Ring, for example. There are plenty of bosses in Elden Ring that absolutely will wreck your shit. Right, and so many people were willing and still are willing to take the challenge. But then those people are not touching training mode with a 60-foot pole. If the genre were better saturated, you could get away with no story mode. Then maybe you can get away with a free-to-play. Shooters and MOBAs don't need tutorials because everyone already knows how to play them. Doom, Half-Life, Halo, Call of Duty, etc., etc., etc. The target market has enough genre XP for fighting in 2006. The target market is mostly untapped. So this probably strategy of undercutting bigger competition by being leaner doesn't make much sense. Fuck millennia yet. The paid DLC character models, however, should be abandoned. The sales numbers on these are not good enough to justify making the product catalog so much more confusing. There's no way to do this without making new customers horribly confused by the difference between Ultimate Edition, Definitive Edition, and Originals Edition. The paradox of choice is the mortal sin in sales. You've already got a customer wanting to buy, just close the damn deal. The best business model is a hybrid live service where players pay upfront for the base game to reduce tail risk and help with cash flow, and then cosmetics pay for continued development, potentially massive long-tail returns from whales. Yeah, so make them pay $60. Don't make them pay for DLC, but give them skins to then buy. So rather than so basically the opposite of what Dragon Ball FighterZ did, pretty much. Rather than make people pay for season passes, give them skins to the characters. Odds are you'll make more money that way. What doc is this? This is the fighting games. Fighting games are basically a bad product document from last month. Third goal, single player mode to amplify the fighting game and that are fun in their own right. Grinding ranked over and over isn't that appealing as an end game. Even serious ranked grinders aren't playing more than a few hours a day and often need extended breaks. Just suck it up and go through the grueling process of learning the art, and then you too can just sit there and just grind ranked all day. This isn't a good sales pitch. Single player content is obviously needed so people have something else to do when they're tired of ranked. It's so obvious that I'm sure you've heard this before. But when people ask for single player content, what they usually mean is make a totally different game in a totally different genre, but mash the fighting game into it somehow. Tekken Force is just a beat 'em up with a Tekken skin. World Tours is an open world RPG with Street Fighter skin and mostly meaningless fighting game interludes. Chronicles of the Sword is just Fire Emblem with Soul Calibur skin and meaningless fighting game interludes. Grand Bruise and Grand Blue. That's a totally different game than a fighting game. These game modes are often beloved by fighting game players, so they ask for more of these, but this is such a ridiculous request. Just be serious for a moment. Tekken Force isn't going to compete with Streets of Rage 4 because Streets developers are serious about beat 'em up specifically. Full guys, but shit. True. World Tour is a joke compared to literally anything else in the open world RPG genre. You better have Morrowind tier writing if you think you can get away without voice acting in 2023. Sure, if they're cheap to produce, that's awesome. More single player content is always better. Tekken Ball, for example, probably didn't cost much to make. I'd find this one kind of funny. You would have to be careful not to bloat the menu too much if you add a bunch of cheap sideshows, but if there's no cost, then why not? But if there is a cost, even if we assume you can somehow make such a mode and make it as good as the genre experts you're aping, it would still not be a value multiplied to the fighting game. Maybe you can get a bunch of Fire Emblem players to buy your game by putting a quality clone of that in your fighting game, but they still won't convert into the fighting game itself. For one, they are not necessarily the target market, but more importantly, there's absolutely no skill transfer between these modes. They don't feed into each other at all. What the heck? Yeah, that was weird, sorry. At best, you've de-risked a little by bundling two games into one, but then how good of an idea does that sound? Imagine if every time you wanted to buy a chair, you had to buy a cabinet alongside it, but they're both furniture. Yeah, but I've already got a nice cabinet. This is what you're asking for when you put a beat 'em up inside a fighting game. It made some sense back when genres were less saturated and sideshow reused and 90% of your game's access could compete. Now it's just a bad product strategy. What's needed from these single-player modes is something that emphasizes the fighting game genre, but with Street Fighter characters is an obvious idea as it is useless. Genre, but where fighting game mechanics are centered, is much harder. World Tour does at least some segments where it forces players to learn the main game, which elevates it above almost all other single-player content in the genre, despite otherwise being lackluster. Aside from the aforementioned story mode, I can only think of two single-player modes that would do this for fighting games. Both will be massive value multipliers and surely can come up with more. First one, training routines similar to rhythm game charts. Routines can vary from simple block and punish a single move to impossibly complex defend with perfect mixed strategy comprising reactions, fuzzies, option select, optimal punishes, tight links, etc. Routines are done in 2 10-minute sessions, and your performance is scored. The obvious examples are things like combo trials, anti-air practice, reversal punishes, throw break practice, etc. But the range of possible routines is more or less limitless. What we do is just set them up yourself in training mode. How fun would the rhythm game be if you had to make all... there. Make training mode a separate game mode. Basically. If you want to practice anti-airs, don't force the players to set it up themselves. Give it an option. You had to remake them every time you wanted to play, and there was zero feedback from the game about how well you performed. No high scores to compare your performance to other players. Sure, some people would find such a game fun. Most won't bother with all that. Training mode is a sandbox. Street Fighter 6 has an incredible training mode that more or less lets you set up anything at all with relative ease, but it is still a sandbox. It's not a game mode you can turn to when you're burnt out or want to take a break from ranked. On the contrary, using training mode properly, setting those routines up, picking the right routines, etc. requires even more executive function than grinding rank does. That's why it feels like torture for some people to use it at all. Why waste my gray matter on training mode when I could just play ranked instead? Ditto for reviewing replays. Both are fantastic power user features, but they're not drawing people in to actually play the game for extended periods. Almost every element of good rhythm game design could be incorporated into such a game mode, but it's a lot to work to get it right. How the routine's made, user generated or developer curated, how should the routine editor work? Does the player have to play a specific character, or can the routines be done by any character? The latter, how you handle characters have unique options to handle certain evaluations, or sometimes lacking standard options. What happens when patches break a routine? How do you evaluate performance? What sort of feedback should a player get while playing? These questions and many more need to be answered and answered well. A tight loop and lots of feedback is essential to making this as brain off as possible. The goal is to empower the player to train their body without having to think too much. This does of course require at the core, game design is such that hard things actually exist, but I think even current generation fighting games have enough difficult things that such a mode would work well for them. I mean, imagine a world where you want to practice against Grimnir, right? And you just go to training mode, and then you scroll down to the Grimnir section, and it just says high-low mix practice, or it says air dash practice, or things like that. Imagine just having basically clickable training options that are just already there for you to do, and then your goal is, and then either through blank out of 10 you do. They mix up these options 10 times, you try to do it 10 times. Or as he put it, as a point option, you get more points based on the better your punish is. In the case of Grimnir, for example, punishing Grimnir's air dash for crouching, right? You get 0 points if you don't punish it at all. If you don't punish it at all. And then you get some points if you punish it with a jab into a small confirm. And then the more damage you get, the better punish you do, the more points you get. That could be cool. That could be cool and a fun way to practice punishing Grimnir's air dash. No. Rather than just I did it 5 times out of 10. I didn't get 10 out of 10, but I got a new high score for it because the ones I did punish were really, really good. Because one thing that can be kind of disheartening for people when it comes to learning how to fight against a character, right, is trying to punish this over and over again, and then constantly failing, right? And then after you do this 10 times, you only hit it twice, right? So and then after the 10 is over, it says you punish this 2 out of 10 times. You only punish it 20% of the times, you failed, right? You gotta admit that's probably pretty disheartening. But imagine it's you scored X amount of points or something like that. And then along with new high score on one punish, right? It's like where it's like this is your total points you got for punishing. You got for your total punches across the 10 attempts. And then congratulations, you just got a new high score for your new best punish on this. So rather than saying nope, you only did 2 out of 10 times, this is your total score, and this is the best punish you've ever done on this. Like you're probably gonna feel a lot better seeing that rather than seeing I punished this 2 out of 10 times and that's it. Even if both times you only punished it 2 out of 10 times. You're gonna feel a lot better seeing new high score or new best punish X amount of points compared to 2 out of 10, right? Well, at least I would. Like nothing would annoy me more than being constantly reminded every time it pops up. You failed. You only punished it 2 out of 10 times. You suck. Right. That's basically what they do when they say you successfully did this 1 out of 5 times, or you successfully did this 2 out of 10 times, rather than new high score. So that'd be a cool way, and honestly probably a pretty fun way to get people to actually do it in training mode. And if you do have the option to potentially set up ways to add them that add things the community makes, kind of like Strive's downloaded combo setup. That'd be pretty cool, honestly, and I think a good way to get people into training mode, and might finally get people to actually use the block button against Grimnir. Second single player mode, dress up character customization. This is quickly growing and grossly underappreciated genre. Probably because it appeals mostly to women, whereas most game developers are men. Dress to Impress has been the most popular game in Roblox for over 2 years now. Fighting games are perfectly positioned to tap into this emerging genre. Most other live service games have some fundamental reason why they can't. For first-person shooters, the player's character model is invisible. Third-person shooters are not much better, since all you see is the back. In MOBAs, the character models are too small to see details. Fighting games, on the other hand, have characters take as much space on the screen as possible, viewed from side and on both sides. These already exist to some extent, but they are for the most part not that interesting. Soul Calibur 4 has probably the best customization in the genre. It did. I had a lot of fun with. Actually, no, sorry, that says Soul Calibur 6, not 4. But with Soul Calibur 4, I had a lot of fun with the character customization, and with Soul Calibur 4, I had a lot of fun with that one. But even it's still dwarfed by Code Vein, and both of these pale in comparison to Dress to Impress, which is kind of embarrassing how you're losing on quality in Roblox game. And I mean when I played Fatal Fury, we spent a good amount of time in Fatal Fury making a few different color combinations for the character that I played. Apparently, it mostly appeals to character customization. Primarily appeals mostly to women. I disagree. If anything, just because of the fact how many people seem to really like skins, and also when Fatal Fury came out, and there was color customizations on it, the amount of people I saw on Twitter showing off their different character models, their color combinations, the amount of people that tried basically creating different gaming characters, different anime characters. Same thing, similar thing with Tekken. You know how many people in Tekken have tried to make Goku? Like how many freaking Gokus there are probably online right now playing for people playing Tekken. Character customization is just in general, I think, very popular for, I think, just about everybody. Really, I think that a lot of people really like character customization. Such a game mode, if done right, i.e. there's enough substance that people who like the genre take it seriously instead of it mostly being used to make giant cubes and hideous monstrosities. My characters created, and that my point exactly. Right? People love character customization, not just women, men too. Everyone. It seems like everyone loves character customization. Tying well with social features mentioned earlier, the problem dressed to impress faces is that players are only really able to show their creations to other like-minded players. They can't exist in a broader context, so a lot of these players spend more time in MMOs like Final Fantasy instead. It's just full of monstrosities. Yeah, monstrosities are an option too. Yeah, we spent a good amount of time in Fatal Fury, and one of the first things we did every time, like when the new DLC character came out in Fatal Fury, and we tried them, what was like one of the first things we did? We made a color customization. We made a color customization for him. Despite having fairly undeveloped dress-up features, it gives the social context for their creations to exist in. Putting the dress-up game inside a fighting game with good social features solves their problem entirely. What's good, Test? Sweaty ranked players would love to have someone who can make tasteful customs join their clan and make customs for them. Oh, interesting. Having people make customs for people. I like that idea. Players lie expecting other people doing stuff. Ranked training routines could have their custom character appear in the background, giving meaningful social context for the creations to exist in. Also, all those fighting game animations and model rigs are basically emotes but on steroids. Even if Fortnite can't compete with its ability to make character custom come alive. Yep, stream has been alright. So basically more customization for lobby avatars, and then character customization for your actual characters as well. And then, like I mentioned earlier, being able to basically design and create your own custom lobby would be cool too. Fighting games are bad products, not bad games. The genre's 25-year fixation on core game mechanics has been an endless distraction to avoid facing this reality. But as listed here, only starting points, virtual spaces fit for the online era that recapture the arcade social environment, not physical one, story modes that teach instead of pander, and single-player modes that amplify rather than distract. There are surely other angles I haven't considered, but I most want to get across here is this: until fighting game developers start thinking about their games as products that are competing in a broader game market, understand that in this context they have fallen way behind, nothing is going to change. But if they overcome this, they won't be fighting for scraps over the tiny pie that is the current FGC. They'll be growing the pie and getting the biggest slice for themselves. The industry is being taken over by challenging games with AA budgets and a laser focus on their target audience, and fighting games are a perfect fit for that. I mean, basically for the most part, I agree with just about everything. Like, just about all of his options, or just about all of his ideas, I am massive fan of. Like, I heavily agree on basically all the stuff. Basically, custom lobbies for your individual clans is really cool, and something that would actually get me to actually go into the lobbies, which you almost never see me do currently, outside 2SKO, which pretty much forces me to. Story modes that are actually difficult, in order to unlock this character, you must finish the story mode. So I'm going to go through story mode, skip all the cutscenes, and mash the light button over and over again until I win. Really weird that that isn't a thing already, but that is basically how it is right now. And then the biggest thing, and the thing I'm the biggest fan of all this is basically the arcade mode point system thing for training mode, added as a single player option. Great way to get practice in. Great way to get people to actually go into training mode, and something you can do without having to worry about having to set literally everything up, which is very annoying sometimes. Because one thing that's pretty difficult for people in Granblue, for instance, which is why I don't really say anything about people not blocking this, is the fact that if you don't play Grimnir, or you don't know somebody that plays Grimnir, in order to practice blocking this setup, you need to do it yourself. Right? So in order to practice blocking the high-low, you have to know how to set up the high-low yourself. But if they add, if they add that new training option, where be it adding the point system, adding customizable, like downloadable customizable options, kind of like Guilty Gear combos, where they will set it up for you, and then you just practice it, or you just try it, would be a million times easier to get people into a training mode to try these things, since you don't actually have to freaking learn to do. So you don't actually have to learn to do it yourself. So that's honestly one of the hardest things right now, pretty much, for training mode in general. It's everything's customizable, so hey, you can literally set up anything you want and you can practice against it. The issue is you have to be able to set it up yourself. And if I really want to practice against something specifically, against Avatar, against 2B, against Siegfried, against Matera, etc., 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 I need to be able to do it myself. And do I know how to do anything pretty much for any character in this game outside of Grimnir, Avatar, and somewhat Honore? No, I got no freaking clue. I don't know how to do it. Avatar is mentioned with Wes' headline. I have no freaking clue. So if I want to practice against something that Matera does, I have to look it up and figure it out myself, and hope if I do figure out at least how to do it, I do it right. And that will always be an issue. That'll always be an issue again, of training mode. Like when I talk, so that's why when I show people contemplated Grimnir, I show them what it is and what to do so they can practice it themselves. But like I said, the issue is for people when it comes to this mix-up, right? Grimnir, people who aren't Grimnir players, even some Grimnir players, aren't going to know how to set that up. Back when this setup still existed, right? Back when this combo. God, I am not messing up my point here. Trying to make a point here, Zane, but you're messing up your own point. But setting this up to set up the mix, and then having to do it three separate times or 4 separate times to set up for Grimnir going to overhead, Grimnir run forward and bait the throw, Grimnir run forward throw, or Grimnir sit back and do nothing. Having to set that up 4 separate times, and having to learn how to do this combo to set it up 4 different times, to start trying to figure out what to do against it, as someone who doesn't play Grimnir, probably sucks an awful lot. Right? So it's like, I can tell you what to do or what you could do, but it's really hard to practice against those kind of things since you don't play Grimnir. So his idea of having options, of having training routines built in, right? Having training options where you can earn points not only by punishing it properly, but getting more points by punishing it better and better each time, will show and will give people a reason to keep doing it, even when struggling to do it. and then not having to set it up themselves because, hey, it's already there, you just need to turn it on and then it will do it, would be a lifesaver to so many people when it comes to learning counterplay and things and punish games and things like that. So this is honestly my favorite idea across all of his ideas, and I basically agree with all. I basically agree with all of them. This is the one I like the most because this will get people into training mode, and if this gets you into training mode, like he originally initially pointed this out as a single player option, for if you're tired of ranked. I think less so. This is a great option for when you're tired of ranked. Of course it is a good option when you're tired of ranked. But this is a great option when it comes to then teaching people how to play. So besides just make story mode harder so people actually have to learn how to play, but if you have a few training routine options at the start of opponent runs at you, what do you do? And then you do these different options, or your opponent jumps at you. These different options. Your opponent with the DP. What do you practice your options on that, and then practice your options on those, and then just in general to get your opponent is constantly throwing projectiles. Do something about that, like things like that. Would not only be a good practice for more specific detail-oriented stuff, like I said, like the Grimnir setups, but also will be good just in general for teaching people how to play, and then, like I said, adding the point system to actually give them a new high score to reach for, and not just great job, you punished the projectile 10 times out of 10. Congratulations, you have finished it. No, it's congratulations, you did it 10 times out of 10, but your punishes kind of sucked. So your one time when you did only 7 times out of 10, but those punishes were good, your score was higher in that 7 out of 10. So if you want to get a nice high score, better luck next time, right? Things like that to push it that next step further, because right now for the most part, your tutorial is just tech throw. How many times out of 5 did you do it, right? Or spot dodge projectile. How many times did you spot dodge projectile out of 5 times, right? Like that's for the most part all the tutorial is right now. But imagine if it's not how many times did you spot dodge projectile 5 times, that can be just in the base tutorial. It's how many times did you punish the projectile out of 5, and then how many times and then how good were those punishes. Right, that's when you start taking it. That's when you take it the next level, rather than just I just mashed spot dodged 5 times. Hey, congratulations, you finished it. But imagine a world where imagine a world throws projectile, right? Rather than I spot dodged it. Great job. That's 1 out of 5. Imagine it's. And then I got a bunch of points for that, but at the same time, if I only pun, and I got a bunch of points for doing that, but if I punish it by doing this, and then that's all I did, I get a lot less points, because even though I still punished it, I didn't punish it anywhere near as well as I did the previous attempts. So not only are you incentivized to spot dodge it, but you're incentivized to learn not only how to deal with it, but how to potentially beat it. And then after you potentially learn how to beat it, you then are incentivized to learn not only how to beat it, but to get the absolute most out of it. If I hit my opponents in the like if they do a projectile and I throw this. Great, I punished it, cool, I run up, my turn. But so take that, and then you compare it to all this. then the incentive to take it that next step further, get even more points, new high score, and then learn how to do that consistently, then that consistently. That could potentially push people further, not just towards learning how to deal with certain options, but taking that and then pushing it to where you're no longer just spot dodging it, you're getting a punish. You're not just getting a punish, you're getting a small combo from it. You're not just getting a small combo from it now, you are killing them for it. Right? Taking that next step and then learning out of 10 times, I got this amount of points because I only got that big punish 3 times out of the 10. But then the next time, even though you only got the small punish, you got the small punish consistently, so that was more than the 3 big punishes. But then the next time, you got the big punish 5 times, but you didn't get any punish on 2 times. But since you got the big one 5 times, you got a new high score. Then you just keep pushing it more and more and more. Right? It's a great way to not only learn how to play the game, but learn how to take those next steps further, which is something really big. When you want to go from learning the basics of the game to taking the rank system of this game, for example, to the S+, the S++, the Master, the Silver Master, the Gold Master, to challenging the top people in the Grandmasters, right? So that's why I definitely like this one the most. But that being said, though, having your own custom lobby for you and a bunch of people you know would be really fun. And like I said, would actually get me into actually going into the lobbies, and then being able to go into training mode with those said people in our own clan lobby, rather than, okay, you want to go into training mode? Okay, I'm going to make a private lobby. Here's the password. Okay, only you and like 2 or 3 other people are allowed in, and that's it. Nope, we have a clan of 30 people. All 30 people can come in, and all 30 people can watch the screen of so and so in training mode, showing us this new setup they saw. Right? You can think of it kind of like posting on Twitter or posting on Discord or something like that. But in game, for everyone to see, and then for everyone to suggest their ideas. Oh, you can try this, and then in real time, they are able to then immediately try that and see whether or not it's better than what they originally were doing, or things like that. It's really cool and a great way to do it in game, rather than, yeah, basically forcing everybody to join into one Discord call in order to do that. Basically, the way he put it, basically take Discord and put it into the actual game. So this is my second favorite idea. There's only one real thing I heavily disagree with, and this shit it does not appeal mostly to women. Everybody freaking loves character customization. I don't know if it's just a higher percentage of women compared to men like it, but it seems like just about everyone I know love character customization in games. And yes, Reverend, definitely a decent read. But yeah, so I definitely agree with basically, but just about everything on there. And I hope that if anything, people sometime in the future, maybe some fighting game developer looks to potentially take some of those ideas. Because I think those are some really good ones. Okay, 404. 2 more. That discussion went longer than I was originally planning, but it's all good. All good. Definitely enjoy that read. 2 more wins, and then we'll call it, because I got a local. I gotta eat, and then I'm going to my local tonight. So 2 more wins, and then we will call it there. But yeah, definitely a good read though. Sounds good. Have a good rest of your night there, Rev. But yeah, imagine having your. Oh, that'd be a fun way. I can do like a group coaching session where everyone in the Zane clan come to the lobby. I'm going to teach you guys how to do this, and then boot up. And then I'm going to go to the training setup, which has a screen behind it for you guys to watch, and then I teach you guys how to do something. Anyways, probably. Honestly, probably, but I still have fun. I like seeing people. I like talking to people, and hopefully the fact that I tend to win almost every time isn't pushing anybody away. Maybe more willing to learn, not gonna lie. But yeah, private clan lobbies that everyone can go to, where there's where you can customize a couple of setups, one for matches that has a big screen behind it, one for training mode that also has a big screen behind it, so people can talk and go into training mode, try stuff, set stuff up, things like that. And then everyone could watch to learn. Could be really cool. And then yeah, the training mode option where you can download different things to then practice against. Like I can upload Grimnir's corner mix-up to whatever, and then you guys can download it and then practice blocking the high-low setup without having to learn how to set it up yourself. All really cool ideas, and definitely ones I definitely would love to take advantage of. Yeah, training mode is still a requirement, and I'll still tell people they need to do it, even if it's a bit of a struggle to get into using it. But yeah, having like I said, having clan lobbies to where you guys can just go, where you can have 20, 30 people enter your own private lobby, where you can set it up however you want. That would be really useful, since you don't have to constantly make your own private lobby over and over again, and then those private lobbies always only have like two, only have a very limited amount of players that can go into it anyways. Good DP. But yeah, all really good ideas, and I hope he does it.
Battle 3. Engage.
Yeah, so Cruz. Yeah, crews exist in Grand Blue, but imagine if crews had their own custom lobby. You'd be a lot more incentivized to actually do stuff with your crew at that point, huh? Situation. But yeah, hopefully they hopefully with Strive's addition of being able to add combos that other players made, eventually maybe they'll be able to add they'll eventually add custom made like bot setups, right? Like I said, fighting, like I said, you want to practice against Grimnir's high-low? Download the bot that I made and uploaded that does his exact combo. So that way you're able to just download it, then immediately start practicing being able to react to high or low. Similar thing back when the setup existed. Just download the file that has this into the four different variations. And then practice against that, so without having the need to worry about having to learn how the heck do you do all that yourself? But definitely make fighting game training mode so much more approachable. Yeah, and one more win before we call it. But yeah, I honestly completely forgot crews were even a thing.
Here begins Fate's episode.
Odds are, I think most people probably have too. Is my last game of the day going to be against Siegfried? I'll see. This matchup is basically unwinnable. You know how it becomes winnable though? The opponent doesn't use the block button. Jesus. Freedom! Gotcha, bitch.
2. Engage.
Also, shouldn't you be using the green color if you're gonna be if your name's gonna be Numa? God, that projectile was much more active than I thought it was. Oh, this is gonna hurt. They just do jab. They just do jab into sweep into you project. Okay, that's a combo.
Battle 3. Engage.
It's a route that exists, I guess. I don't think this kills though. Nah. Spin! Make like lab coats and spin!
Believe in victory. Battle 1. Engage.
Alright, time to bear it that time.
Excellent.
Up we go.
Excellent.
Never mind. Didn't get my 2 to you. Sucks to be me. Kick. Hey, he tried! I am proud of you. I am proud of you. I'm not proud of you though for not using the block button. I'm proud of you for at least trying to throw punish that. I am not proud of you for the fact that you're not refusing to use the walk button. Yeah, unfortunately he's forgotten. Yeah, unfortunately that is not the one you want to have down of them. Like if you can only have one of them down, that is not the one. Like if it's either punish 2-1-4-U with throw if it's in the corner, or hold block button, you should always choose block button if it's one or the other. Oy vey. Someday, maybe when I'm gone and grind 2 SKO, the greater public of the Grand Blue scene will learn block button is good against Grimnir. You know what? Last week we raided Paragon. So I think this week we'll raid our boy Tubby, who was playing in Paragon instead. Quite some time ago. Honestly, quite some time ago. But yeah, so I got a local to go to, so I'm going to be putting up the funny end screen, and then I'm going to say thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. But before I go, of course, quick shoutouts as always to the Reaper with the raid. I appreciate the support, guys. Like I said, though, that is going to be it for me. We are going to be back tomorrow. So we're going to be doing gonna be a weird day tomorrow. So we're gonna be streaming tomorrow evening. Instead of the usual afternoon stream, because I'm going to go to the Invincible Versus event that's happening near-ish to me. So I'm gonna be going there, and then when I'm back from that, we will stream. So we'll be back. And we'll be doing some Grand Blue then. So tomorrow evening we're gonna be back with Grand Blue. So until then, hope you guys have a good rest of your day and night. Whatever times with you guys, because time zones, as always, are a very weird thing. Until next time, I will talk to you guys later.